Ja, men då så, kära finalbordstagare och Svenska Pokerförbundets
The final day of the
SM
PokerSM Main Event.
hit.
We're down to a
Vi
final
är
table
live
of 8
på
players.
Twitch och andra
You
kanaler.
see the tournament
Och
director
hälsar alla
there giving the
miljontals
players
tittare
their
där hemma
instructions.
också. Välkomna till streamen. Vi kommer att följa finalbordet här hela dagen idag, helt tills vi har krönt vår svenska mästare i poker, Texas Hold'em 2023. Ni är de 8 sista och som sagt, ni sitter på ett tv-bord. Viktigt att tänka på, ni har den här lilla lådan framför er, boxen, där ni lägger korten. Och vi vill ju att de håller stilla där i 4 sekunder ungefär, så att läsarna hinner uppfatta dem och så att det kan visas för spelarna där hemma. Vi har knappen redan klar här, small och big blind på de här seaten. Och ja, jag tror vi är redo att dra igång finalbordet. Vi har precis påbörjat en ny nivå. 10 000, 25 000, Ante 25 000. Vi har break om 2 timmar och 15 minuter, första breaket. Och sen så kör vi på så under dagen helt enkelt. Så ha en bra dag vid bordet. Har ni några frågor?
Det korten ligger bredvid varandra, de här går att lägga på varandra.
Det ska gå att lägga på varandra, men ja. Bara att de ligger stilla i boxen en liten stund så ska den hinna läsa av. Skulle det vara något problem med det så kommer de säga till och skälla på er.
So it looks like we're about to get underway here. If you're surprised to hear my Irish voice instead of JJ Hassan's accent, I'm stepping in for JJ today. He's otherwise occupied. My name is Darragh Carney. I'm an Irish professional poker player, commentator, author of 5 strategy books, podcast co-host of the Chip Race with David Lappin, coach as well, and I will be doing the commentary today on this final table. You can see there the stacks on the screen. We have a chip leader with 69 big blinds, and then we're all the way down to 13 big blinds. So different players have different stacks, different objectives at this stage of the final table. Werner opening. He is a big stack, so he's getting aggressive here with the 6-5 suited.
Du är ju klar. Alltså du skrev att det finns inget mer att hämta nu.
He's the chip leader there, as you can see, with 77 big blinds. One of the big stack over 50 big blinds. Dargren has 54. 3 stacks in the 20 to 35 zone, and then 3 guys sub 20 big blinds. So this is an aggressive open from the other big stack. Ace-8 off under the gun. The 2 big stacks, and if they are going to widen their ranges, they can add a lot more ace-X to their range, hands that block the 3-bet shoves of the shorter stacks, of which there are 3. But big blind defensive king 2 off. He's pretty deep as well. He's got almost 40 big blinds. Flop comes all spades. Dargan has the ace of spades. Small bet will generally get the job done here if his opponent doesn't have a spade. Let's see what size he goes for. Yeah, he's gone for a very small bet here. 35k, and gets the job done. This is an old Swedish final table, as you'd expect in a tournament organized by PokerSM. Those of you joining us on YouTube, if you could click the like button, that would be great. That helps us get the word out. Short stack under the gun, decides 10-9 off is not the hand he wants to get involved in. Nordberg has a hand here, 11 big blinds, ace queen. I don't think there's any option here except to go all in, and that's exactly what he's done. He threw in one chip and announced all in. So shove just over 11 big blinds. Tempter for Werner, but the rag aces really don't make good calls in these spots. You're going to be dominated so much. A real tempter though for Sweden. Question he has to ask himself now is, worse aces would Nordberg shove from this seat for that stack? He's obviously shoving ace queen and ace king. So those are two hands that dominate us. He's shoving jacks, queens, kings, and aces as well. The question is, how many worse aces? Ace 10, ace 9, ace 8. Which of those hands shove? In a spot like this, you kind of want to be dominating as many hands as you're dominated by. He decides his hand is good enough, so he moves in behind. And Norberg is going to be in very good shape here when everybody else folds. Chance for the early double. So you can see there 74-26% favorite. So far so good. That's very, very clean. Just needs to dodge a jack. There are some backdoor chops, or well, one backdoor chop specifically, and the queen gives him the lock on the hand. He gets the early double up plus the blinds, and Sweden is cut back to, actually he's shorter now than Nordberg. That was a very close spot, I think. So as they count it out there, just make sure they've got it right. Great start for Norberg. He'll be very happy. He actually moves up now into... There are 3 packs here, basically. There are 2 guys with more than 50 big blinds. There are 3 guys with 20 big blinds, 20 to 40 big blinds, and then there are 3 guys sub 20. Essentially what happened there is the 2 players, the winner moved into the 20 to 40 zone and the loser moved into the sub 20 zone. So it doesn't change the dynamics of the table all that much, because essentially they almost swapped positions. Early stages of final tables, as I repeat several times in my book, Endgame Poker Strategy, the ICM book, the early stage is when the ICM is most extreme and players should be playing the tightest. Werner now, we saw him open 6-5 suited first hand, so he's definitely going to be opening King 9 suited. This is fairly standard open, even without ICM. It becomes an even better open when you're massive chip leader. However, he's going to run into it behind. One of the hands he blocks, Ace King, is actually behind, and 17 big blind stack. No, I think when it gets back to Werner, we'll see a fold. King 9 suited, not necessarily a hand you want to call off 17 big blinds with. You're just going to be dominated so much and you're never going to be dominating. Yeah, good quick fold there. Clearly, he knows his pre-flop ranges.
Jag sa till förra gången, snart sätter någon i foten. Och inte missbruka nu. Du hade din timme igår. Du hade din timme igår.
You can see there the payouts. They're all guaranteed €3,515 now. And the payouts rise all the way to 21,845 for first. The early jumps are not that significant, but that doesn't change what I just said, that the ICM is at its most extreme here. Spot now with 23 big blinds. You pretty much have to open this hand, obviously, but you're not going to love getting 3-bet off the stack size. Too much to shove, so he's going to open and mainly hope it just gets through, or maybe the big blind defends. And the big blind is unlikely to defend a 7-5 off. Good quick fold there from Norberg. one of the biggest impacts of ICM, which you're going to hear quite a lot about because obviously I did write a book on this, is in those spots you should defend your blinds a lot tighter. The chips are so vital, you don't want to be leaking chips defending with marginal hands.
Att jag inte släpper big blind.
Okej, det var så du menade.
Någonting jag skyller på liksom.
Bra. Stå upp för din big blind.
Det är den bästa.
Gör det. Heder är ju också många fall.
Ja, men det har man ju följt på i 35 år. Så att det är det enda man har.
Sweden's going to open the ace-9 off. This is a close spot again because he has quite a short stack and he doesn't want to be raise folding too much. But you do have to still keep competing for the blinds, so he's decided to open the Jack-10 suited. Oh, sorry, the ace-9 off. The Jack-10 suited in the small blind is a tempter. You could shove that hand if you thought the opener was light a lot and had a lot of raise folds. But he lets it go. And Sweden gets the reward for staying active.
Hur ska du få in nytt folk att spela på när det sitter 9 robotar? Sant. Vem vill börja spela så? Det är roligt att ingen pratar med hela dagen.
Börja spela live för sociala som sitter framför datan ändå.
Exakt.
Mer socialt med datan.
Och sen pass.
Holmstrom has the suited aces make very good opens in these spots. You've a few things going for your hand. The ace blocker means it's more likely you won't get 3-bet. It's also more likely that your blind steal essentially will get through. But if you do get called, you have a lot of playability with ace-4 suited. It's a lot better hand post-flop in terms of playability than a hand like ace-9 off. There, I think, but the only hand that Holmstrom has shown down is ace-king. So he probably felt better of it. Concannon has a real tempter here. I think king-queen suited for this stack size, you can definitely shove this hand. It's slightly problematic for him that the raises come from early position, but he has moved all in. I very much approve this. Ace-6 suited doesn't really have any decision when there's an early position raise and an all-in. Good quick fold. And ace-4, he's getting a good price here. He has to call 270 into a pot that'll be 710, so he needs less than 40% equity. The problem is, unless he's up against a hand exactly like king-queen or a pair, 4s, 3s, or 2s, he's not going to have that price a lot by the range and have roughly only 30%. And even though we can see he's folding the best hand, that is a good fold.
Om jag behöver skämmas för det här. Ricky börjar säga direkt. Ja. Får du säga. För heder. Nej, den har jag tappat för länge sedan ändå. Så. Nej, det är en tight fold. Det är en tight fold. Älskling. Jag tänkte lika inte.
Men om jag är med och synar det.
Nej, tight fold. Det är en tight fold. Nästan så här börjar skämmas.
See there on screen a plug for the Winamax Poker Open coming up here in the Banco Casino next month, the 18th to the 24th. One of many great events. One of many great events coming up here in Bratislava. Looks like person decided to limp the pocket 2s here. This is an unorthodox play. Pocket twos in early position. Oh no, sorry, no, sorry. He is the big blind. Sorry, misread that. Yeah. Oh no, he's not the big blind. So he has limp twos. Yeah, that's an unorthodox decision. I would have been tempted to shove the king queen there, over that raise, but sometimes people's limping ranges in early position are actually quite knotted. So Sweden deciding to see a flop. Person fires out a bet. Again, this is a little bit ambitious. It's very hard for two random hands to miss this board. Apart from the 9, the 5, and the 7, any 8 or 6 gives them a gut shot. There's hearts there as well. There's stuff like Jack 10 that's overs and a gut shot. Interesting to see how Werner continues now. The kind of board he can actually lead. Yeah, I really like this move from Werner, taking the play away from Person. And Person is getting sticky though. You might still think his twos are good, that he's up against something like Jack 10. Four on the river is Person. Not sure whether this is a value bet or a bluff. Wonder how much history these two players have. It looks like Person is not folding. There's a lot of missed draws that both players can have, obviously. But this would be a disbelieving call. But he's thinking about it. And he does make the call. Yeah, Person paying the price there for getting involved with the hand. He, not really the right type of hand at this stage from early position. He allowed the 2 blinds in, and then he got a little bit ambitious on a board where it's very hard for 2 hands to have missed, and the chip leader flop leading the turn.
Alltså är det någon som har vaknat på fel sida?
Ja, men jag vaknade lite grinet.
Ja, jag känner det. Har du inte varit ordentlig frukost?
Nej, det hann jag inte med.
Nej. Men ta en återställare.
Ja, det gjorde jag för länge sedan.
Ja.
Nej.
Var är servitören någonstans?
You can see they're coming up also. We have the cool bet open, 500k guaranteed. That's happening early next month.
Olof, kolla om det är någon i baren.
500k guarantee over the festival.
Då är det schysst, då
Person licking his wounds, folding the queen 7 suited. Under the gun, Kontkanen. He's got pocket threes. This is a tempter, but I think with ICM this is also similar to the 2s. It's probably best to just fold this hand. He does fold. It's a good fold. A lot of players find it very hard to fold pairs in these spots when they're relatively short. But the low pairs don't really make good opens when ICM is a big factor.
One beer från min tid och bråka sen.
White wine.
Resten de ska ha något nu.
Sweden decides to let the queen 4 go. He could have probably just limped that, although it is quite a mucky hand out of position.
Ja, du har ju lite att bråka med nu.
So for those of you who are joining us, I can see the numbers rising. If you could click the like button on YouTube, that helps us greatly. My name is Darragh Carney. I'm an Irish professional poker player, author of 5 strategy books, including endgame poker strategy on final table situations like this. I'm also a podcaster, commentator, coach, Unibet ambassador. Unibet, one of the sponsors here. Linkfist 6 is probably feels just about good enough to open. previous two hands I've said that the small pairs don't make good opens, but the line is usually somewhere around 5s or 6s as to what you should be opening. Werner has the kind of type of hand he could actually put pressure on here with the light 3-bet. It's the right type of hand. It's got a high card, the queen, it's suited, it's vaguely connected. And it does look like he's counting out a 3-bet here. And this is a tester for Linkfist. He can bet a small size here, which essentially puts Linkfist in a spot where he has to decide, do I want to put all my chips in? Now, it is the aggressive chip leader. Obviously, if he has a hand, it's a disaster for you. But he's going to be light a lot here. So it's also tempting to just shove the 6s. He has fold equity on a shove still. But he decides to let this one go. It's the first 3-bet. And even though I said 6s isn't open and it isn't open, you can see what the problem is with these small to medium pairs. If you get 3-bet, you're in a world of pain. And you are going to get 3-bet more often because you don't have any blockers to the 3-betting range. Even a hand like Queen Jack is in a better spot because with the 2 high cards it blocks a lot of the hands that will 3-bet you. Sixes under the gun. 20 big blinds. This is a similar spot to his 3s earlier. Actually, in early positions, 6s isn't really that strong. But he's having to think about it. It always depends on the players behind and what they're going to do. You know, you can look at all the charts in the world telling you 6s isn't an open, but if players behind aren't 3-betting you very much, or maybe over folding, then you can make a case for opening. And he hasn't played a hand yet, so opening under the gun, he should get more credit than if he had been involved. He's decided actually to just move all in here, which is another option. Just force somebody behind to find a hand. He didn't fancy raise fold, so... And you could, like, Werner might have 3-bet him with a hand like King 4 suited. We saw him 3-bet Queen 8 suited last hand, so he's taken that play away. And unless somebody behind finds a hand, this will work, and it does. Picks up the blinds and antes. Coming up in October, from the 2nd to the 9th, we have a very large guarantee here, $250,000 for a very modest buy-in, €170. One of the many great events coming up here in Banco Casino Bratislava. Norberg under the gun, ace-9. This is the into your opening range, but he's decided to pass. He does seem to be on the tight side, which is fine. Bottom of the range hands don't make very much. Werner, on the other hand, is the chip leader. He gets to raise a lot, and he's gone for slightly more than a min raise with the Queen Jack. Person calls in position. I think he would have been better just moving in there, and he almost certainly would have got a fold. But he's decided to call. He's set up the possibility for squeeze behind. Concannon might like his hand now. Concannon, all the options are somewhat valid here. You can call and essentially you're mostly set mining. You can shove. 6s is probably just about the bottom of the profitable shoving range there as a squeeze with a loose opener. Call option. Werner has actually pulled ahead now. His question is, with 2 players, what does he want to do here? A fairly small bet should get the job done, and they both missed, which is And you can get, by betting small, you can also encourage weaker one pair hands to hang around. Concannon might have to hang around for one bet here. Apart from the fact that his hand might be good against, you know, ace highs, he does have a lot of backdoors. He can hit a variety of straights, and he has backdoor clubs. Now, he won't be too excited about the backdoor clubs. It's only the 6 of clubs he has, and as you can see, Werner actually has a higher club in his hand, which will be the case almost half the time. This is a tricky enough spot for him now. He's short enough stacked and ICM extreme that he really doesn't want to be leaking chips in these spots. Yeah, and that's why he's folded. I think without ICM, that's a slam dunk call, but with ICM, I like the fold. You're up against a chip leader who, even if you're ahead right now, he's going to keep the pressure on later streets, and you don't have a hand that can face heat, so you might as well get out now. Contrast the way he played that hand with the way Person played the pocket twos. He just hung on too long and lost too many chips with his hand. On that occasion, the 6s got out on the flop and caught his losses. Werner could very well open this. Been super impressed by him so far. Not just the fact that he's playing as the chip leader, but just how he's playing post flop as well. Lovely sizings, good recognition of board textures. He bluff caught nicely against the pocket twos. Concannon now picks up aces. You want to limp this all day long and set the trap, I think. He's instead gone for small raise. Now he's against the tightest player on the table, who maybe wasn't going to give him any action anyway post flop. Interesting to note that Werner folded the Jack-7 suited there. He has been hyper aggressive and probably aware that his image is very, very loose, so he's more likely to get shoved on by one of the, actually just the 6 stacks now in the 20 big blind or less zone. So there's a lot of reshove stacks behind, so he doesn't want to overdo the loose opens either. So taking a hand off there. He has pulled well clear now. He's got 2.5 million and next nearest to him is 1.5. Concannon has been picking up the most hands. He's definitely playing this hand. I think the only question is whether he wants to shove or raise call. He has decided to induce. And Link Fist, who I don't think has played a hand yet because he's been pretty much card dead, lets this one go. Coming up at the end of November, start of December, we have the festival. The main event is a 500k guarantee. One of the many great events coming up in the Banco Casino Bratislava over the next few months. Still 8-handed here in the PokerSM main event. We started with 8. No bust outs yet. Person is now the short stack. He took a hit when he's got a little out of line with pocket. Lost almost half his stack. And it's nice to be the chip leader. You're going to get more walks as well. Coming up the end of this month, in fact, in a few days, you have the Polish Poker Summer Cup. Another 250k guarantee for a very modest buy-in of €125. If you're joining us on YouTube, hit the like button to help us get the word of the stream out. Click the subscribe button if you want to be told of future streams. And if you have any questions, I'm keeping an eye on chat as well. Person, it's too early to shove the ace-4 off. 12 big blinds now. Awkward enough stack. A lot of junk hands being folded here. Berners in small blind. He's going to just limp in, it looks like. Schweden maybe thinking about shoving 9-8 suited. It's a pretty hand, but it's also a pretty hand to take a flop with. But he does decide to stick it in and gets the quick fold. He's been playing very aggressively, so we saw him lose almost half his stack first hand, ace jack. He called an all in and lost to ace queen, but he's not hanging around. Seems like those two guys know each other pretty well as well.
Men visst, det är lite, ja, 44 börjar det bli. Jag vet inte hur många som använder den, men är man kvar när det är finalbord så är det klart att man kan ta den.
Ja. Nej, så det är verkligen båda efteråt kan man prata om.
Norberg opening the nines here. Shoving was an option as well, but he's decided to open this one. Holmstrom. He has a tempting hand here. The stacks are roughly level. I think with ICM this is probably a fold, yeah, and I think he decided the same thing too. Without ICM that would definitely be a call. It's the type of hand that makes it a fine defend. But with ICM against the tightest player on the table, he didn't fancy it, and I wouldn't either. Play's been going along at a nice pace. Nobody's really taking too much time. So, Dargan, who is second in chips, has been. It's not just that he's been playing very tight. He has been card dead. Concannon, who has not been card dead, he's been actually got by far the most hands. Has another one here, King Queen suited. Good hand to open here off 23 big blinds. See what happens. And everybody folds to the button. Who's going to fold his Jack Deuce? So we're into the blinds. Holmstrom has a tempter now. Concannon is coming from fairly early position, and he does cover, but Holmstrom decides maybe just the Concannon has been playing so many hands as well. Person's thinking about it because he's got a nice hand here, Queen 7, and he has just over 11 big blinds, over 10 big blinds behind. I mean, I think he should let this go, but yeah, he will let it go. And Concannon needs roughly here. This is super close. No, sorry, he doesn't need 43%. He only needs 40% roughly. But it is most of his stack. He's obviously getting the price if he's not dominated. But he will be dominated quite a bit. Queens, kings, aces, ace queen, and ace king are all in there. So this is a razor edge close spot. I think with ICM I would probably just about let this one go. But he's having a long think about it. And a wry smile. He does let it go, and I do like that fold because of the ICM of the situation. You can see Holmstrom's extremely relieved there because he got called. He probably thought he wasn't going to be in great shape. I've been extremely impressed by Concannon. He's had a couple of tricky spots, and I think he's navigated them very well. For me, Concannon and chip leader Werner have been the two outstanding players so far. And you can see now that actually the bottom 5 players are all in the 10 to 22 big blind zone. Bottom 6 players, in fact. So there's a huge gap between the top 2 and everybody else. They're essentially playing 2 different games. Concannon won't be opening the king 4 off here unless he has a moment of madness. Norberg, tight player. I mean, some players would open king 8 suited, but Norberg is not one of them. Playable here, he does. Oh my goodness, look at that, ace king suited. This is the dream when you're the chip leader. You've been opening super wide. People have been shoving on you because of that, and you pick up a hand like ace king suited, or you're praying for somebody to shove a worse ace or a king. But there's absolutely, unless don't know what I'm not sure what person is thinking about here. This is 6 deuce off. Obviously, maybe he subscribes to the old school live card theory that this type of hand you're going to be live, but you're going to get a lot of better spots than this. It is the loose chip leader, but you have very little fold equity with 10 big blinds, and you have 6 high. He does let it go, and Dargren is not getting involved. Good to see JJ in the chat. Hi JJ, I'm doing my best to fill your large boots. So no bust outs yet, but we've had lots of interesting spots, lots of close spots. Werner has pulled away as the chip leader, and everybody else apart from Dargren in second place have drifted back to essentially 20 big blinds or less. Werner picks up another hand. This is amazing. This is a spot where if any of the players behind with 20 big blinds see anything remotely tempting, they're going to be sticking it in, thinking he's really. But nobody has found a hand. Concannon has found a hand. He's elected to just call with the very nice queen jack suited, which flops very well, defines itself well on the flop. On a flop like this, you know you've pretty much nothing. You've overs and backdoors, but that's pretty much it. On an ace high board, you know you're probably not in good shape. But he might think that Werner has missed his flop as well. Does check. He shouldn't really have any leads there in theory. Werner, very nice check there, recognizing that this is not really his board. He has lots of showdown with the ace high. It looks like Concannon is not going to take a stab at this. He has absolutely no equity now with no pair, no draw. Werner might throw out a small bet here just to clean out some equity and take his hand to showdown. He has thrown out a small bet. He's gone for that option, and quick fold from Concannon. said earlier, they have been the two most impressive players for me so far. We saw them both play their hands pretty much perfectly there. Coming up next month, the Winamax Poker Open between the 18th and the 24th. One of the many great events coming up in Banco Casino Bratislava over the next few months.
Ja, men jag hade S10.
Ja, det är S9.
Eller var det S8 jag hade? Nej, men jag lovar. S10 hade jag. Det är sanningen.
Linkfist in pretty card dead apart from that sixes which he had to raise fold to the chip leader. Werner not getting involved with the 10-5 off. This man doesn't need much excuse to enter a pot. He's pretty short stacked, but he's decided queen 2 suited is plenty. But he's running into queens here in the big blind. What's Norberg going to do? He's the tightest player on the table. If he 3-bets, Sweden should run for the hills, given how tight Norberg appears to be. So I would actually like to see it just a flat here, and particularly a player like Sweden, who's likely to blast off post flop, just given the opportunity to do that. And Sweden quickly recognizing my hand probably isn't good when the tightest player on the table has 3-bet me and I have queen deuce. Coming up next month, early next month, we have the Cool Bet Open. Guaranteed prize pool across the festival of over $500,000.
Ja, det är lite blandat här alltså.
All in liksom.
Är det turtröjan alltså? Vann ju för fan en tur i tisdags.
Ja.
Rätt tröja på det.
Ja, det här
Och midweek Texas.
Ja, verkligen. Den här funkar ju torkig.
Vi gjorde en deal när de var 4.
JJ in the chat says Werner's King 9 versus King 8 yesterday was hand of the day. Flop came King 10, 8 on turn and 9 on river. What a run out for King 10 against King 8. Commentator's voice went very high. I can imagine it did, JJ. He dominated from that hand. Yeah, he's been super impressive with the chip lead. He's just been the right amount of aggressive, which is to say very aggressive but not maniacal. Been getting involved with the right kind of hands, playing very well post-flop. So Sweden gets involved again. He could have shoved this hand now that he's down to roughly 14 big blinds, but instead he decides to make a raise. Linkfist has a similar stack. 8-4 suited is tempting against somebody who's as loose as at ICM, but with ICM, you're just going to miss the flop so much. I think even against the aggro guy, you probably want to let this one go. And he does come to that decision eventually.
Alltså, nej men det var, jag tänkte bara att jag ska defenda Linke.
Du lirar den pokerkurvan som alltså, eller? Det är väl någon stor nu i höst, eller?
Ja, precis.
Det var den 400 euro, va?
Ja, daget A och daget B 400 euro inköp med 1 miljon euro garanterat. Och sen så är det nog 3K slutet av september.
Sweden is not a man who hangs around with a short stack, so he's probably the most likely to be the first bust, but he's also the most likely of those 20 big blind and less stacks to extricate himself from that zone. JJ says he was also impressed by Werner. Yeah, he has been very impressive so far today as well. Concannon has a tricky one now. Ace-2 suited. I guess you can just open this and fold it to any aggression. That seems like the play here with your blocker, a hand which has good playability if you get called. It is into the big blind of the chip leader, but he for once finds one of the few hands he's probably willing to fold there. You can't be too scared against the chip leader. You do still have to stick to your opening ranges. Coming up in October, between the 16th and the 23rd, we have the Slovak series of poker, which is a 300k guaranteed main event for a buy-in of 250.
Spelar du också eller? Jag höll på med idrott när jag var yngre.
A lot of these guys are drifting back now. Holstrom is he's the leader of the chasing pack, let's say. We have the two guys out front, including that man in Dargan on screen. Dargan's been really card dead so far, so we haven't seen him involved very much. Linkfist has a hand he's definitely going to play here. Only question is, do we shove this or do we raise it and try to induce action behind? Normally, under normal circumstances, it's obviously a raise call, but ICM pushes a lot of these types of hands into the shove category. So he's actually counting on his stack that determine which of those two strategies he wants to follow. Does he raise a normal amount, try to induce action, or does he just shove? He's decided probably has a little bit too much to shove. Oh, Werner is going to give him action here for sure. The ace-jack suited. He's asking for Sweden to count his stack because that will determine whether he wants to just flat and try and induce Sweden to come in, or he will shove over the top here. Or possibly make a small 3-bet. No, he does move all in, which is the standard play here. Sweden finds nothing. Linkvist will be calling fairly quick now, knowing that his hand is going to be dominating a lot. Yeah, he does call. This is essentially a cooler at this stage. Werner still has 30%. Suitedness adding something to his cause, but this is a huge spot for Linkfist. He'll be comfortably third in chips if he holds here. One heart there, so there are some backdoors for Werner, but he's down to 18% now. He needs to either hit one of those backdoors or a jack. No help there, so it's a jack and a jack only, or Linkfist will be doubling up. Werner will be drifting back towards 2 million. Oh, that's so cruel. Jack on the river. That is so cruel. Combination of playing well and running well is very hard to beat, and that's definitely the case for Werner. Oh, he nods Riley. That was a horrible beat on the river. A gentleman who was going into third place. Instead, he busts in 8th, and obviously that's a bit of a catastrophe. So now we are down to 7 players. Werner now massive chip leader, over twice as many chips as anybody else. And doing some quick math, 70, 91, 110. Almost half the chips in play. Not quite, but almost half the chips in play. And we have 5 players now bunched between 10 and 24 big blinds. They'll all be happy to have laddered as well.
Sorry about that king, sir. Sorry about that king.
Person might be tempted to go with this for 10 big blinds. It wouldn't exactly be the best spot. When you have this many players behind, there's usually a better ace out there more than half the time. If you're shoving from the hijack and you have an ace, you usually have the best hand. But when you're shoving from early position, there's usually a better hand out behind you. Sweden, oh my goodness. This is blind. No, this isn't blind on blind, sorry. Werner's the button, he's raised the ace-7 suited. Sweden looks a bit of Hollywood here. I presume he'll move all in after he's done his Hollywood. He does. He might even get looked up here because he's shoved so much. Close spot for Werner under normal circumstances. Again, somebody who definitely seems to be on the loose side, and we've seen shove 9-8 suited earlier. I think this is good. No, but he's decided to fold. Shows the ace. And Sweden flicks the kings over. And again, this man doesn't seem to put a foot wrong, Werner. Worked out he was behind there, even against the loose player. Coming up start of October, we have the Banco Casino Masters. For a modest buy-in of €170, there's a $250,000 guarantee on that event.
One glass white wine, please.
Can I have a beer? Thank you. Vad hade du till? Min vän, vad hade du till esset där?
Kung.
Nej, vad hade du till esset där?
Dargan continues to be card dead. He won't mind that though. Mind the chip leader doing a bit of the work for him, knocking a few out of a few of the short stacks, allowing him to ladder.
760.
Werner has another hand he has to open here. Sweden lets this one go. Decides, okay, I shoved last hand. He's more likely to look me up this time, even though I showed kings. Holmstrom has a tempter here. He has just over 19 big blinds. Yeah, he's not been afraid to stick it in. We've seen him shove a variety of holdings. Nothing really bad. Person is now getting just frustrated that he's so short. Since that pocket deuce hand, he's been card dead, and he has really drifted back. Werner, I think, is going to have to fold this one as well. Never feels good to fold two hands in a row, but Ace-4 suited is not the type of hand you want to call off, and that's the power of the shove with the King-Jack there. You can get hands to fold, primarily the rag aces.
Det ger mig lite respekt alltså. Det är det du säger. Nej, det är sant. Det är sant. Bra Vic. Hade du också S? Jag har aldrig sagt att jag hade S. Jag har aldrig sagt att jag hade ett S.
So still seven-handed here. Very much rich man, poor man, this final table. Werner and Dargan both have 50 big blinds. In fact, Werner has well over 100 big blinds. Everybody else in the sort of 10 to 25 zone, including Concannon under the gun with King 6. Don't think he's going to be doing anything other than folding here. He does fold. Tightest player on the table. Sweden, maybe the loosest. Oh, Holmstrom's found another hand. He has been super active so far. Now, he has had hands that have been legitimate reshoves, so he might get action here. I saw Person give him a kind of a suspicious look last time, so if Person is anything remotely playable here, he might go with it, but clearly he doesn't. Dargan does, though, and Dargan, as second in chips, can put a lot of ICM pressure on him. It's a big raise though. It's 3x. Against a min raise, I think we'd already have seen the call. He decides to defend against the 3x as well. And ooh, this is an action flop. Dargan has flopped open-ended and backdoor flush draw. Holmstrom has. This is a board you want to bet pretty big on. Very dynamic board. He has gone for half pot, roughly just under half pot. Dargan might be tempted to just shove now with his equity. But no, he's going to just call, see if he can hit his straw. He doesn't. Total brick. So if he checks again, Holmstrom... I think I would have liked a slightly better a bigger bet on the flop, which would have allowed him to shove for pot on the turn. Now he's got about 1.4 times pot, which is a little bit awkward, but he does decide to shove and gets the quick fold. JJ in the chat says Holmstrom tactics were the same yesterday, rarely opened, just shove fold. Yeah, and we saw him use the 3x there with a really strong hand, so looks like he prefers to play pre-flop and maybe not too comfortable post-flop. Yeah, I agree, JJ. The bet on the flop was too small there for a number of reasons. It allowed all the draws to continue. Didn't really give them a difficult decision at all. And it meant that when he was running into the top of the range, the part that he was in trouble against, he was shoving a lot on the turn. If he'd sized up a bit more there, he would have folded out more hands with equity on the flop, and he would have had a pot-sized turn bet, which would pretty much achieve the 1.4x pot he ended up shoving. Now, a lot of players would open ace-9 off here. Norberg is not one of those players. He has been super tight. Good luck in the GUK PT PLO, JJ. I know that's very much your game. Sweden again getting involved with the pocket threes here. His strategy is very much anything remotely playable. I'm going to open and see what happens. In theory, you're not really supposed to do that with that stack, but it's actually working out for him because he's not getting 3-bet too much.
Ja, det är ljuset som du hade med. Jag är glad att jag inte sitter där.
Jag sa det till min sambo, jag sitter ändå på hörnet och då får jag gå på sidan.
Ja. Men jag känner också, jag vill typ bara vika ner så här.
Turning around the gun here with the pocket sixes. Probably feels he can open this the way the table is playing. That's the chip leader. That's the overwhelming chip leader.
Jag spelar bara premiumhänder.
65. Och sen pass. Gärna pass. Bra pass.
Person really has withered back now. The blinds have gone up as well, so he's down to 6.5 big blinds. Cannon tempted with the ace-6 against the loose chip leader. I think you probably want a better hand than this. But he does have the right stack to shove here. 14, just over 14 big blinds. He'll get a lot of folds. He has an ace, but again, I like the fold. I think your hand, you just need a bit of a better hand. Something like ace-10 is fine to go with. Maybe an ace-8 suited, but ace-6 off just a bit too mucky. JJ says Norberg folded ace-jack in position yesterday, very tight. Yeah, he's been by far the tightest player so far. He really just hasn't. Which is, if you think back to the very first hand, I think that makes Sweden's call with the ace-jack a bit too ambitious when Norberg shoved in relatively early position. I don't think ace-jack was ever good. And you can see there, person actually has a pre-flop raise of 0% because the only hand we've seen him play was that limp with the pocket twos, which cost him half his stack. Dargan's only played 3%. He's been really card dead, and he just has been. It's also fair to say he's a little bit handcuffed by the ICM. He really doesn't want to lose an all-in against one of the shorter stacks and be pulled back into that zone. And if he opens with the chip leader behind him, he's very susceptible to 3-bets. So it's actually a pretty good time for him to be card dead. So person has raised off a really short stack here. Super suspicious. Raised off 6.5 big blinds. This is a spot where you kind of have to go back to fundamentals and think, what do I do here? Do I shove knowing he pretty much always has a better hand and he's not folding?
Ja, det är bra.
Do I really fold an ace? Or do I call and hit my ace or my 3 knowing my ace might not be good?
205 början, 205.
I think he definitely would have folded to a shove here. And now it's very tempting to call. Getting a compelling price, but probably recognizing that none of this is, yeah. No, he has decided, okay, I'm just going to put him in. It's only 6.5 big blinds. Essentially, he's treated it as the same as a shove. And it's a good spot for person to double now. 74% favorite.
Det är när man kan göra det. Det är upp till gudarna. Eller någon annan. Eller till dealen.
And now he is a overwhelming favorite. Werner needs running 3s or 4-5.
Då hade jag kunnat fått en sämre flopp. Det ska jag göra.
Well, there's the 4.
Alltid en svensk.
He jumps from 7% to 9%. Actually, no, sorry. He was less than 7%.
Vad är det som är din hand?
He jumps from 2% up to 9% because a 5 will get the job done. No 5 on the river. Person, he has been very patient since he got short stacked and gets the reward there.
Vad gör om det några gånger så är jag hemma.
Double and then some. He wins. Well, that gives him breathing space now, moves him back similar to the other short stacks rather than clearly the shortest stack. You can see that it actually moves him just slightly off the bottom. Concannon now has actually drifted back to being the short stack. But you can see Holmstrom has pulled himself clear by those few shoves that have got through and the hand he won with the queens. So he's in comfortable third place now. Sweden and Nordberg, Person, Concannon all in the 14 to 20 big blind zone. Werner's still the massive chip leader. Over twice as many chips as anybody else, even after that setback. Dargan continues to be completely card dead, but he's not letting it get to him. As I said before, it's not a bad time to be card dead. Dynamics on the table, he wouldn't want to be playing too loose anyway. Concannon has a tempter here. 14 big blinds, ace-2 suited. All of the options are valid here. You could fold, it's on the nitty side. You could shove, it's a little bit on the rash side. You can raise, or you could even limp this hand. So let's see what he decides to do here. I think I probably prefer the raise, normal raise, intending to fold. That's what he's gone for, the min raise here. He's just hoping nobody behind has a hand. Now he was raising into Werner's small blind. He's the chip leader, and Sweden, who's been by far the shoviest player, let's say the most aggressive. His cards are, but he has shoved with ace queen. I don't think ace-2 suited is ever raised call, unless it's against somebody who's super loose. But even then, like when he rolls over king queen, it's kind of a flip, and when he rolls over a pair or an ace, you're in terrible shape. But he's decided, Sweden's been shoving so much, I'm gonna take my stand here. And it's very much Sweden's image which got him that call. He has shoved in the big blind a few times already, including the 9-8 suited. So Concannon still has 31% because of the suited nature of his hand, but that's completely safe for Sweden. Absolutely, there's actually no hearts there. Concannon can hit the wheel, and obviously he can chop with Broadway, and there's a wheel card, but it is a spade, which actually removes as an out, and the 3 of spades as well. They would make a flush for Sweden, and the 5, Sweden gets the double, Concannon gets eliminated. He had played absolutely flawlessly. I think maybe that was just a little bit of frustration that he had to raise fold a few times earlier. Deciding to go with that hand. I think if he'd taken a little bit longer and thought about it, he would have realized he was either essentially like 50-50 or 30-70. So we're down to 6. Schweden's now up to 3rd place, and he's not a man who's he's a man who's not afraid to put his chips in the middle. So that'll be interesting to see now. Now we only have 2 guys sub 20. So the game is starting to change. Norberg and Persson have 14 and 18 big blinds, but Holmstrom has 26 now. Schweden has 33. He's almost up, has 40 big blinds. Werner's still a massive chip leader. It's a very good situation for Werner if the other stacks kind of level out, because then he can put even more ICM pressure on them all. Dargan doesn't even think about the ace-8 off there, and that's because of the dynamics at the table now. He's got the chip leader behind who can pounce on him with 3 bets. He has this man who's really not afraid to get involved. He's limping the queen 9 suited from the small blind. 10-8 suited is the type of hand you generally just want to check. You want your raising range there to be polarized between very strong hands you're trying to get in and very weak hands that you don't mind if you get limp shoved on. So this is a very hard flop to hit. The paired nature. Schweden's the type of man who might take a stab because the flop went check. Yeah. Not surprised to see this. He has no pair, no draw, but he figures Holmstrom won't have a hand a lot. Now Holmstrom's quick call should tell him that Holmstrom does have a hand. Deuce is a bit of a blank, really. Neither of them should have a deuce. And I think we're going to see a quick call here. We do from Holmstrom, and Schweden's aggression doesn't win the day on this occasion. And Holmstrom actually pulls ahead of him now. Coming up next month, start of next month, from the 4th to the 10th, we have the Cool Bet Open. Over the festival, we have guaranteed prize pools of more than $500,000. One of the many great events coming up here in Banco Casino Bratislava over the next few months. Check out the website for a full listing. Dargan under the gun. He's been very tight. He might be tempted to get involved, but no, he's sticking to his plan. Just let a few players bust and then see what the situation is, unless he picks up a hand. Wow, this is going to be loose open if Schweden goes for this. Yeah, okay, he must be... If he opens this, he's opening probably at least 80% of the deck. He does, though. He's opening into Holmstrom, who has... Holmstrom just moves all in here. Or, no, he raises, sorry. Yeah, so he's inducing. Now, Schweden has queen 3 action unless Schweden... Oh, here we go, though. Persson sticking it in. Persson has 10s, so Schweden obviously has no decision now. Unlucky for Persson. That's pretty much a cooler. 13.5 big blinds. Blind on blind. But you can still find a 10 to stay alive. Big pot for both of them. Person's life on the line here. Holmstrom, if he wins this pot, will be up to over $1 million if he can hold. So far so good. 2 hearts for him as well, so another heart on the turn would take away 1 out for Persson. And now it's just a question of whether Persson can find that 10 on the river. Otherwise we will be losing Persson, and Holmstrom will be in. No miracle 10 on the river. Holmstrom now up to 1.4 million. I think that moves him maybe into 2nd place now. We lose Persson. He did step out earlier with the pocket twos and paid the price, lost half his stack. That was a little bit costly. But I guess he was always going bust in that hand anyway. So yeah, you can see confirmed there, Holmstrom is now up to a comfortable second, having been one of the short stacks for most of this. Dargren, who has been completely not carded, now finds himself in third. Schweden, who's been the most active player apart from the chip leader, is in 427, and Nordberg is now the short stack. He's been the tightest player by far as well, so he's not the type of player who's likely to just start shoving it in because he's the shortest. They're down to 5. Person gets €5,330. Sixth. Now the game has changed again. Werner has a new second stack to deal with Holmstrom. Schweden again getting involved with the rag ace here. Doesn't need much excuse. Dargren, I think he has a fairly easy 3-bet here against Schweden. You're just miles ahead of the range. Don't want to let us see him flop in position. Only question is sizing here. Does he induce? Make it something like 200 and hope that Schweden goes for it with something like ace-4, ace-5 suited maybe? Or does he just shove? Calling is also an option, but I think you have to raise here against somebody as loose as Schweden. But he's giving lots of consideration. This is the first real thinking spot he's had so far, apart from the King 10 hand he's played. Looks like he's gone for the induce option. I like this because Schweden is the kind of man who might very well launch. Now, Dargren has been so tight that this 3-bet just looks super strong, so I think Schweden should get away from this now. But should and would are two different things. Schweden's not a man who likes folding. He's counting his stack, probably trying to work out how much of a stack it is to call and what kind of full equity he has on a shove. Because all of the options, well, calling isn't great obviously, but shoving, while it's very loose, a lot of folds could be profitable. So he's given the spot a lot of consideration. Also, given how tight Dargren has been, that works in two ways. It makes it more likely that he does have a hand this time, but it also makes it more likely that he might find a tight fold if he shove. I personally would have folded by now, but Schweden is giving us lots of consideration. He does fold, flashes the ace. Dargren would be quite happy with that result. I think that might be the first hand he's won on this final table. Schweden still he doesn't like folding. Coming up next month, the start of next month, between the 14th and the 10th, we have the Cool Bet Open, 500k guarantee over the festival. Werner's been card dead recently, so he's been just chilling. Because he's been carded, this is why this open is coming in. He's just kind of recognizing, when I have a high card, they've seen me fold quite a few hands now, so they're going to give me more respect under the gun. But now this is a much more tricky spot for Dargren against the chip leader. A couple of ways you can go here. You can just call, essentially kicking the can down the road. You can 3-bet if you get 4-bet, but your 3-bet should work a lot. Or you can make a very nitty fold because it's the chip leader who's opened. I probably on balance prefer the 3-bet. It would be his first 3-bet of the chip leader, so it should get a lot of credit.
Ja, men de borde ju kunna...
Yeah, and that's what he's going for.
Det är typ samma på det. Jag lovar, de här alla borde ju vara aktiva.
Ja, men det är det jag tänker.
Jag tror att det...
This is a 3-bet where he kind of just doesn't want to get 4-bet. Last time he was definitely happy to go with his hand against Sweden and Sweden's stack. He would absolutely hate to get 4-bet now, but he's not going to get 4-bet very often. And Werner doesn't get stubborn with the Queen 6. So 2 hands on the bounce for Dargan, who hadn't won a hand yet. That possibly moves him back up into second place. Been impressed by him as well, I have to say.
Du har ingen hand alls att spela med, så då kan du inte tappa marker.
Exakt.
Du bara sitta.
Jag ångrar mig.
Du har minst...
Nej, vänta, det här var bra.
Du har minst en andra plats.
Det är sant.
Du flodar snabbt nu så du kan
Man spelar med luft.
Ja, exakt.
Sweden has left the table. So his hand is dead. He wasn't within arm's reach of his chair. Don't know what he had. Nordstrom has something though, because he's reaching for chips. Pocket 10s. Dargan with the pocket deuces. Tempting. But a good fold. Norberg, some players would consider shoving the ace-5 here for 13, 14, 15 and a half big blinds. Norberg is not one of those players. Werner, he can defend this hand. Stacks, he can apply pressure to post-flop, make good defense. So not surprised to see the call here. Going to see a flop. The 9-6 suited could not have missed in more glorious style. None of his suit, none of his cards, not even straight cards. The only backdoor he has is Queen 10, which would make him straight for an ace. So I think we'll see the fold here. This doesn't seem a board to get too adventurous on. And he does fold. Holmstrom happy with the fold there because he saw the 2. Coming up at the start of October, we have the Banco Casino Masters, $250,000 guarantee for a €170 buy-in. Dargan, not the type, shouldn't really be getting involved with the Jack-4 suited. Norberg, ace-10 on the button. You can shove this or you can raise call it. I think as the shortest stack, you should probably go for the raise call. That's what he's going to do, I think. Particularly with Sweden being in the big blind. Sweden's a man who, if he looks down at any ace or... Ooh, Werner has a 3-bettable hand. How much do you like King Queen against Nordberg though? That's the player. He's already put in a 3-bet. But he doesn't fancy it all that much against Nordberg. But he is reaching for chips. And he's just called. That's because of how tight Norberg is. Norberg. A small bet here will generally get the job done. Werner might be looking at this board going, he never has a 4. Never has a 3. He pretty much always has either an overpair or ace high. Can I get those to fold if I show a bit of aggression? Yeah, he's tempted here. He's tempted, I think. Norberg's 260 behind. He has bet almost a third of his stack.
Jaha, bollkänsla. Ja, han är jävligt snabb på 50 meter.
It would be ambitious to try and get him to fold, but if any man is capable of folding in this spot, it would be Nordberg. That's what Werner's thinking about here. He's not thinking about whether his hand is good or not here. He knows his hand isn't good. He's just trying to decide, can I get an ace high to fold? If I just stick it in now. And even if I get called, I'm going to have equity. Like you can see on screen, he's got 24%. But in the end, he decides to let it go. Norberg is very relieved. The fact that Werner took so much time there is quite impressive. He recognized that Norberg just never has the 4. He pretty much always has ace high or a pair, and but in the end he decided probably not. It might be a little bit ambitious. Coming up end of November, start of December, we have the festival here in Banco Casino Bratislava. And that's a 500k guarantee. 500,000. Nordberg. Again, most players would open the S7 here, but not Nordberg. Werner on the button is going to open the connected hand. 6-5 off. This is obviously super wide, but he is the chip leader. Sweden. Yeah, he sees the ace. He's plotting mischief here, and he does move all in, and he's run into 9s behind. Holmstrom will be putting these chips in, I think. You don't love it, but Sweden is so loose. He's going to have all the smaller pairs. He's going to have a lot of hands you dominate with a higher card and a lower card. Now, wow, he's let it go. Wow, that's a big fold. That is a big, big fold. Sweden dodged a bullet there. Again, when you are aggressive, you do give yourself the chance for other players to fold, to win the pot that way. Coming up next in a few days, here we have the Polish Poker Summer Cup, 250k guarantee for a €125 buy-in.
Ja, jag vet, alltså jag är glad. Jag kommer ju liksom se som Stephen Hawking som är klar.
Mitt vänstra öga kommer ur spel. Man kommer upp till maten igen. Vinner fotot med ett bra klapp med ögat.
Another hand he really has to open here. He won't enjoy the fact that he's been getting shoved on so much, but stick to the game plan, keep opening, then maybe you'll pick up ace king and somebody will shove on you. Sweden has nothing to shove here. Holmström could potentially have called with the Jack-9 suited. Type of hand that flops very well, but doesn't want to get involved against the chip leader. As JJ mentioned in the chat earlier, his game has very much been about shoving or 3-betting pre-flop. Hasn't been much calling.
Ja, men det kändes ju som att det skulle vara något extremt till om det inte skulle bli...
Jag tror det skulle bli 24, för det var fan hur många bord som helst. Det bara small ju till efter bubblan.
If you are watching us on YouTube, if you click the like button, that really helps us get the word out about the stream. If you want to be kept informed on future events, and as you can see from the constant plugs, there's lots of great events coming up here in the next few months, all with live streams as far as I know. You can click the subscribe button and you'll be notified anytime we go live. And I am keeping an eye on chat, so if you guys have any questions for me, just put them in chat on YouTube. So Werner raises another ace, and Jargon not getting involved. Norberg, he's with the suited connected hand. They both missed the flop.
Jaha, var det mot han?
Va? Hade fin hand. Stundom blev det riktigt bra.
Werner takes it down. See about getting the job done there. So we continue, 5-handed now. Lost 3 players already. It's been a fairly brisk first session. A lot of the guys were pretty short in the sub 20 big blind zone, so they couldn't be hanging around. Blinds racing around now. Norberg is in the small blind. He'll be hating his seat with the chip leader behind him. He looks like he's gone for a raise here, a non-all-in raise. Small raise. Werner can't really fold anything to this size. Getting such a good price to call. Over 3-1. He does call. Gets to play in position against Norberg, who's playing pretty straightforward. Norberg flops very well here. He's got bottom pair and open ender. I don't think Werner will do anything on this board. No, quick fold from Werner, recognizing this is not his board. This is very much Norberg's board. All the high cards. And Werner has played the chip leader stack really well. He, like, a lot of people think being chip leader is just splashing around chips and trying to win every pot, but it's really more about measured aggression, chopping away, taking lots of small stabs at pots. And he's still a comfortable chip leader. Holmstrom has been the guy who's risen from near the bottom to the top of the charts. He's run very well, it has to be said. He's got a lot of good hands. He's got reshoves through. Dargan has drifted back to third now. He's been kind of card dead. Schweden's been super aggro. Norberg has been the tightest player on the table. But he got that early double up.
Så flippar vi om titeln. Exakt, ja. Eller bara riggar vi en jättehand liksom, så det blir show.
Dargan finally has a hand he's going to be playing here. The ace queen suited in the cutoff. Fold from Norberg on the button. 7 deuce. Werner has a hand he could be tempted to get involved with here against the guy, one of the guys he can really pressure the most from an ICM perspective. His hand won't be dominated very much. There won't be too much 10x or 8x in Dargan's opening range. Unfortunately for him, it's the same suit as Dargan. A couple of ways you can go with this. He can just call, or he can 3-bet. He's gone for the light 3-bet. And this puts Dargan in a tricky spot now. It's the type of hand he wants to 4-bet. He does have the option to just call. He's getting over 2.5 to 1 on the call. As a hand that plays not very nicely in position. But it's a pretty strong hand against a guy who's likely to be pushing you around. There's 285k out there. And he has 1.3 million behind. So if he shoved and got it through, he would add more than 20% to his stack, which is always a good result as well. So all the options are on the table here. I don't think folding is really an option, but calling, raising, and shoving are all options. Let's see what he decides to do here. He's clearly not loving it because it's the one guy he didn't want to get 3-bet. Don't think he can fold this hand though. does look very uncomfortable though. He really doesn't like it. He looks like he's counting out raising chips though. Yeah, he's raised.
375.
So he raised the 375, less than a third of a stack, and Werner doesn't get stubborn. He made a play, it didn't work out. On to the next hand. Dargon very relieved there, I think. Had his life. Coming up next month, 18th to the 24th, we have the Winamax Poker Open. Many great events coming up in Banco Casino Bratislava over the next few months.
Ja, men du kan armstöden går ju precis har det som är. Alltså för att om då går de ju under om det var gott så stod de under. Du kan dra upp dem också, då går de aldrig under som jag. Man liksom
Plocka S eller kungar i det där läget är ju inte okej. Alltså.
Nej, faktiskt. Det var jävligt skönt att du inte gjorde det.
Ja, eller hur? Aldrig.
Bit of afters there between Dargon and Werner. Dargon very relieved that his 4-bet got the fold. Werner won't be opening the 10-4 off on the button, so it's not 100% he's buttons he's opening. It's probably in the region of 70 to 80%. Sweden limps with the Queen 9. Holmström happy to check his option. They both have backdoor straight possibilities, but nothing else. So it goes check, check. Sweden has tended to stab in these spots, but I think with the Queen high, he might recognize he actually has a decent amount of showdown here. He doesn't need to bet. And he hits his Queen on the river, so he can go for value now. Holmström having checked twice is unlikely to bluff at it, so I think you have to fire at the bet and hope Holmström has something, but it's difficult for Holmström to have anything after he's checked twice. Maybe a deuce. Coming up early next month, the Cool Bet Open. Over the festival, there's guaranteed prize pools of over $500,000. Norberg under the gun, won't be getting involved with the Queen Deuce suited. Werner, we saw him open 6-5 off on the button, but he's not going to open it on the cutoff. And Nordstrom limping in with the 9-7. Jack 3 is the type of high card hand you could throw into your raising range here. Yeah, I like this from Dargon. It's a very bad hand. It doesn't flop very well. You need some hands to balance the strong hands that you're raising when your opponent limps. And this bad hand with a high card in it is the right type of hand. Also unsuited.
Han överjammade 800k.
Dargon has been very impressive. Of the players remaining now, for me the two most impressive have been Werner and Dargon.
Det känns som att om du hade synat då tror jag han hade haft SS.
Ja, men jag känner det är väldigt connectat. Det är så här, det är oövervinnlig idag. Liksom. Vi andra slåss om andra platsen.
Eller hur?
Det gör ni faktiskt. Ja, du menar han. V5.
Werner won't be doing anything with the 8-3 off. 100k in the middle every pot now, so you kind of have to stay active, which Sweden doesn't need to be told that. He brings it in for a raise. It looks like he's gone for 100k this time, 2.5x. Holmström had a flat in position here. On the other hand, Sweden only has 20 big blinds, so you could possibly justify a 3-bet as well, but he does decide to flat. Norberg might be tempted in here with the suited hand. It's a lot of his stack, more than 10%, but yeah, he is tempted in here. So we're going 3-way to the flop. There's a jack. There's a 7. Okay. The ace might save Sweden. He might not stack off now because of the ace. He's obviously far more worried about the ace than the 7. So he checks. Holmstrom's going to go ahead and bet his bottom set. Bottom set's always a good hand to bet because you're not blocking top or middle pair. Norberg will get out of the way quickly. He just has backdoor. Sweden. He just moves all in. Wow, this is a misstep. This is only getting called by a better hand. And he has run slam into a better hand. Now he has some backdoors. He has backdoor spades and he has backdoor king 10 for a straight. So he's not dead, but he's in pretty bad shape here. And this is a huge spot for both players. Sweden's tournament life is on the line, but Holmstrom would be in an amazing spot if he can hold here. He'll be up to almost the chip lead. And there's a king, so some outs for the queen jack. He can... 10 will save him on the river. Otherwise we will lose Sweden. And we do. Yeah, that was just a moment of rashness, I think. The check shove there was... the check call was the standard line. Just see what the guy does on the turn. The check shove, you were only getting called by better hands, and he ran into one. So just like that, we're down to 4, and Nordstrom has really stormed up the chip counts now. He came in as one of the short stacks, but he's got a lot of good spots, and he's been very aggressive pre-flop. And he did a huge hold there. We're probably about 20 minutes away, just over 20 minutes away from our first break of the day. We're already down to 4. Holmstrom's up to 2.3 million, as you can see. So he's actually closed in on Werner. He's not that far behind him now. Dargren, who's been, is now in 3rd place, and Norberg is now really short. He's by far the shortest. So Dargren's going to have to get a bit active now. He's in a different spot as 3 of 3, but Norberg, look at this, he's picked up aces. What's he doing here? I'd love to see him just call and lay the trap, but I think he will probably raise. He does raise. And non all-in raise. This will look scary as hell to Dargren. I think Dargren will go, yeah, okay, this one's yours, buddy. I probably have 2 undercards, which is exactly what he has. So we remain 4-handed. Coming up end of November, start of December, we have the festival. The main event of that event here in Banco Casino Bratislava has a $500,000 guarantee.
Jag har haft damer idag.
Du har det?
Jag har kungar också.
Jag har damer många gånger under turneringen där.
Okej, ja. Ja, förlåt.
So the stacks have got quite deep now. Only Norberg is short. He's in the 20 big blind zone, but everybody else is up around with 40 big blinds at least. That's by virtue of the fact we've had 4 bust outs already in this first session. Werner says I'm not getting involved now with the 7-4 off. hand. So
Nej, både och.
Holmstrom's now the chip leader.
Nu kunde jag faktiskt backa det.
Real shift here.
Nej, snälla höj mig. Snälla höj mig.
Werner won't enjoy the fact here that he's now out of position to him.
Spela bra och ha bra spel.
He had it all his own way, but it just shows you, you know, a player knocks out a few players, he could storm up the charts.
Vänta lite nu.
Now Holmstrom finds himself as the chip leader.
Det viktigaste.
Ungefär där har varit hela turneringen. Alltid lite short.
Går fort ibland. Man har spelat skitbra om man hade otur.
Norberg will be folding the king 4 off here.
Det har varit ganska stora händer mot varandra faktiskt.
Werner won't be getting involved with the 5 deuce.
85.
Holmstrom raising the very pretty looking Jack 10 suited. It's only 45k to call, so Dargan is getting over 3.5 to 1. Can't really fold anything much. I think a suited 10 here. He's going to have to probably defend this. You obviously don't love it, but
Lugnt med steget i pausen.
Jag kan steka mycket väl.
yeah, it looks like he is. Unless he decides to turn it into a light 3-bet, but he has called. And they're going to see a flop. 10 high flop could be trouble.
Som ett proffs.
Heads up.
So they both missed. This shouldn't really be Holmstrom's flop, having as the raiser. He shouldn't really have hit any of those cards, and he shouldn't really have 6-7 in his range either, but Dargan gives it up quickly, doesn't get stubborn. He has missed it in glorious style. He has lots of better hands to continue with. Coming up in a few days, we have the Polish Poker Summer Cup. $250,000 guarantee for a €125 buy-in.
Nej, det är när man höjer man träffar. Inte annars. Det är när man bara så missar man.
Werner picks up a hand. He's been opening very wide, getting 3-bet, having to fold. He won't be folding to a 3-bet this time.
80,000.
Doesn't look like he's getting 3-bet though. Norberg might defend the 9-7 suited though. He has shown willingness to defend these types of hands, even though he's very tight. There it is. Throws out the calling chips. Set. Now, Werner's absolutely praying that Norberg has the ace here, but Norberg has absolutely nothing, so bit of talk here. I think he's saying, do you have the ace? Small bet here would make sense. Quick fold from Norberg. You flopped your set, but didn't get paid.
Three raise, 80,000.
So Dargan getting in. Werner, the big blind, might just elect to defend this one. But it looks like he is going to go for a 3-bet. King Queen makes a good hand to 3-bet for a variety of reasons. It blocks the hands you're really worried about. Kings, Queens, Ace King, Ace Queen. And you can get better hands to fold, like Rag Aces, and hands that have a decent amount of equity, like small pairs. So that's why he's gone for the 3-bet here. Small 3-bet as well. Dargon's getting a very good price, but he has a horrible hand to call with. Again, all the options are pretty much on the table here. Folding is probably the best. Given the price, you wouldn't hate a call either. Although, as I said, it is a horrible hand. You're going to be dominated so much there. But if you think your opponent is going to be at it a lot, you could also maybe sometimes throw that into your light 4-bet range as well. The Winamax Poker Open is coming up next month here, from the 18th of September to the 24th of September. Dargon, having raised fold the last hand, has another hand that probably is a raise fold if he gets 3-bet. But you have to keep opening these hands. And he brings it in for a min raise. Don't know Werner's hand yet. Looks like he's plotting something. He does call in the small blind with the Queen 4 suited, and Holmstrom, that brings Holmstrom in as well. It's top pair against bottom pair. Werner's not going to love his bottom pair though, and it's got no backdoors. It's got nothing else going for it apart from bottom pair. So 3-way Dargon probably wants to try out a small bet here because it's a pretty dry board. There's diamonds, there's straight draws. So he does try to 7. Gone for the small size. I think Werner... No, Werner's going to stick around. He's got a bottom pair, so you can obviously hit a queen or a 4 to pull ahead. His hand can also be good, and it can go check on the turn. The 9 of diamonds... There are more flushes in Werner's range than in Dargon's range. I don't know whether he wants to use that fact now, though. Dargon in a tricky spot now. The diamonds obviously got there. His ace is not all that great. But at the same time, you do kind of want to bet to deny equity or charge 1 diamond hands. But yeah, I like to check. He basically has sort of a moderate hand now. He can win at showdown, but if a lot more money goes into the pot, it's probably not good. Interesting card, because if he's calling with Queen 4, he's calling with Queen 5 as well. So this could have improved him. Yeah, I think he's going to try and bluff his hand now. Dargon actually removes some of his bluffs from his range when he checks behind on the turn, because if he was bluffing, if he had absolutely nothing, he would probably bet to try and win the pot. Most of the time he checks the turn, he has the type of hand he has, a fairly weak showdown hand, and that's what we've seen here now. Werner's trying out a bet. This is quite a believable bet as well. We can see that Dargon has the best hand, but he's losing to diamonds, he's losing to any 5, and he's losing to a lot of aces as well. Any unsuited ace that Werner has called pre-flop is better than ace. This is a tricky spot now. This really looks like a value bet. On the other hand, how many better hands do we have than ace-7 in this spot when we've checked the turn? That's what makes this a very difficult spot. Yeah, he has let it go. I don't blame him at all there. He was only beating a bluff, and there was a lot of stuff beating him. And Werner's check call on the flop, in retrospect now we can see that he wasn't just calling because he had bottom pair. He recognized that he could potentially bluff on some run outs, and he got a good run out. Flush got there on the turn, and then the middle card paired the river.
Det brukar alltid vara den som foldar som är mest nyfiken. Verkligen. Och då kanske det hjälper att man kan få se det utan att behöva betala.
So Werner, having stolen that last pot, lets the 10-7 go. We saw him open 6-5 earlier, but lets the 10-7 go. That's because the stack situations and distributions have changed behind. He's deeper against the blinds, and he's not the chip leader anymore. Or actually, he probably has just about regained the chip lead again with that last pot. Holmstrom, just going back to the last hand too, was under a lot of ICM pressure too last hand as third in chips, with a tight player in fourth, who he really wants to outlast. So Dargren, wow, this is a limp call with 4-3. This is not what we have seen before. He did have his limp raised earlier, and maybe that made him a little bit more stubborn. Like decisions, Dargren's decision to check here on the flop. The nines don't have much incentive to bet, and now with the ace, he really has less incentive to bet. He can bluff catch river though. Holmstrom is going to bluff, I guess. He can't really think this is a value bet. And I think Dargren, having played, he has to call. It's problematic with the ace and the king both there. Holmstrom, I have to say, just looking at him on screen, looks like a man is bluffing, but Dargren's not looking at him, so he's not really picking up anything there. He's in a gross spot again. There's two overcards to his nines. He's only beating a bluff. Losing to any ace, any king. Hearts came in as well, just to make his life more miserable. And he has gone for the tight fold again. The gross spot, I would have been tempted to call there just because my hand was... When I check the flop, I don't have the king, and when I check the turn, I don't have the ace, so I don't really have too many better hands than pocket nines. Coming up in October from the 16th to the 23rd, we have the Slovak Series, one of the many great events coming up here in Banco Casino Bratislava. Big guarantee, 300k for a small buy-in, 250. Werner getting jiggy again with the queen six. We saw this earlier. He used this exact hand to open in early position as well. Don't know if it's a favorite hand situation or just he hasn't played a hand in a while. Holmstrom is going to call in position with the pocket four. Two raggy hands in the blinds. Get out of the way quickly. Oh, actually, Holmstrom has decided to 3-bet. So yeah, Holmstrom has 3-bet the 4s, and now Queen 6 off is really not a hand you can call. He stepped out. That's the second occasion he stepped out with Queen 6, and it didn't work out the last time either. And Werner lets this one go. Two biggest stacks there.
Knappig de har ju också varit rädd för.
Knappen. Inte det nästan samma emotionell laddning som på
Nej, det är någonting med big blinden. Det är därför jag aldrig vinner någonting. Ja, det är någonting med big blinden. Det är svårt att släppa en.
Men alltså okej, man ska jävlas med en big blind.
Coming up in early October, we have the Banco Casino Masters. Another big small buy-in, €170.
Man får ju 3 strikes liksom.
Exakt.
Nu har man 2.
Nästa gång när du gör så.
Ja, precis. Exakt.
Då springer du in i äggen.
Ja, lite så. Ja, precis.
Men då drar du ut med damer.
Ja, men lite så. Damknäckt off.
Ja, helst.
Ja. Säg ont.
Kom ihåg vad jag sagt med walken. Då kollar vi.
And Werner gets a walk. Very happy to see that he has the 6 deuce off there.
Ja.
Some colouring up going on here
Nu man verkligen ska passa.
as we approach the break.
Det har jag sagt honom från början.
Men jag har svårt att ta till mig saker. Alltså.
Ja, men jag kan inte mer än säga det, så det är upp till dig.
Nej, det är sant. Jag lovar att vi kommer hamna i en skev sätt.
Taking some of the lower denomination chips off the table. Introducing some higher denominations maybe. Actually no, they're sticking to the yellows for now.
Det är när någon har typ, om det skulle vara så att någon av dem har typ 4 bigs kvar.
Ja, men lite så. Och de bara sitter och njuter.
Actually the blinds have gone up, so it looks like they're not taking a break. This is the third level of the day.
Det är sen gammalt.
So blinds are up to 20k, 40k now.
3 race, 80,000.
Du har ju både en small och big mot dig.
Dargren finally stepping out of line a bit with the 10-9 off. Under the gun, which of course is to cut off 4-handed. But Holmstrom has a hand here. Can go 2 ways here, can flat or can 3-bet. Does elect to flat.
Jag satt mig fulla big blind.
Tror mig det inte jag.
Men jag är öppen någon gång.
Syna eller skjuta har jag sett göra.
And very hard to hit this flop. Neither player will have a ton of 3x in their range. Holmstrom has more obviously than Dargren. Dargren has 2 overs and a backdoor straight draw. So you want to see about this board fairly wide because your opponent has usually missed, and a small bet will generally do the job. And yeah, that's exactly what he's gone for. He's gone for 60k into 220, so for 30%. Check raise. Holmstrom recognizing he almost always has the best hand, but it needs protection. So, and no posturing from Dargren, just a quick fold.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So you can see there, Holmstrom now is the chip leader, narrow enough chip leader over Werner. Dargren has now drifted all the way back to 19 big blinds. He's been in ICM hell, and with a tight player in 4th, it's just a trickier spot because Norberg is a man who won't mind blinding down more.
Kan vara viktigt när vi clashar. Det kan vara viktigt.
Nej, du leder förresten. Jag glömde bort. Jag har inte den förresten.
85.
It does feel like we're headed for an inevitable Holmstrom-Werner heads up. But if Dargren gets a double up, he gets back into the mix.
Det är dags.
So Holmstrom seen a lot of action blind on blind. Now with the blinds having gone up and Dargan being down to sub 20, yeah, the shove is the standard play here. And Holmstrom hates this now. He absolutely hates this. I think he maybe should have just shoved his hand. Raise calling doesn't seem great, and raise folding feels bad too. I think with ICM he's going to have to fold now. But it really doesn't feel great. You're going to be folding away a lot of equity. If you can see the hands, if it's 645k to call, so if he calls, the pot's going to be exactly 1.5 million. So he needs 43%. He has 41% against the exact hand that Dargan has. He'll have more than that against smaller pairs, and less than that, obviously, against hands that he dominates. So the hand wasn't strong enough to raise call, and it feels a bit too strong to raise fold. So I think he probably should have shoved that hand. Coming up end of October, early December, we have the festival. The main event is a 500k guarantee. That's from the 27th of November till the 3rd of December.
Det är det kul på streamen när man kollar sen så är det någon bara stekt för face.
Werner under the gun, easy open, particularly into the tight beat blind. Quick fold from Holmstrom. Dargan's stack has become easier to play now. He can just do a lot of reshoving, and this is a hand he can certainly. Against a loose open, I think we'll be seeing all the chips go into the middle fairly soon. Just move all in. That'll flush out Norberg, and it should get the fold from Werner too once he works out how much the shove is for. With ICM, King Queen off doesn't feel like the hand that you're going to raise call for 21.375 big blinds.
Det är samma chans då. När du tänkt så här länge leder jag nog.
Ja. Jag måste bara kolla om det är en flipp eller om det är...
Bara en halvtimme till streamen.
You can see if he calls 5 million. So he needs about 40%, which is exactly what he has against that exact hand, but he's going to be dominated some of the time as well. And then there's ICM considerations too, so he actually needs more than 40% because of the ICM. So Norberg finding a couple of good reshove spots and chipping up again now. Coming up in a few days, we have the Polish Poker Summer Cup. That's a $250,000 guarantee. Again, for a very modest buy-in of €125. Holmstrom. Dargan probably won't open this. 3 just feels a little bit too ambitious. Does fold. Norberg might just... Yeah, Norberg is now down to 7 big blinds, so he's got an easy shove as soon as he sees that his cards are the same. Pocket 2s, Werner against the tight small blind is not going to call off with Jack 9. Norberg wins another round. There's 100k out there every hand now, so you just have to take all those shove spots. Dargren 3-2 off. This will be sent to the middle fairly quickly. Into the muck. Norberg should shove this hand. I think even Norberg is going to shove this. A decent enough ace on the button for less than 10 big blinds. Yep, 2 shoves in a row. Ooh, Holmstrom might be tempted now. He's the chip leader. He has very little ICM. It is the second shove in a row for Norberg. 340 to call. So the pot will be 820. He needs 40%. Yeah. He's worked out. He's pretty much got the price here. He's got the right price against the hand and the range. So big spot for Norberg. He is a slight favorite to double here. 57.43. Basically a flip. And he's holding so far. Now a big favorite. 3-1 favorite. Yes, to dubs. 3 kills. So now there's just chops for Holmstrom. He needs an ace or a 6 to chop. And no good. So Norberg gets his double. Breathes a sigh of relief. Can't have the stacks just to make sure that they're getting it right, but it's pretty quick because Norberg was the short stack. He doubles up to about 20 big blinds now, so he has more play, but they are four-handed, so the blinds are racing around pretty quick. Coming up next month from the 18th to the 24th, we have the Winamax Poker Open. That's happening here in the Banco Casino Bratislava from the 18th of September till the 24th of September. On YouTube, it's been fairly fast and furious. If you could click the like button, that helps us greatly. If you want to be told of these future events when we're streaming them, click the subscribe button additionally. Keeping an eye on chat, so if you guys want to ask any questions, feel free to ask. Werner not getting involved with the 3-2 off on the button. Holmstrom has been limping a lot from the small blind. We saw him raise fold the Queen Jack last hand. What is he going to do with the 8-4 suited? This one he decides to raise. Strategy is a little bit random from the small blind. It's hard to work out what it is, but Dargan's getting a very good price. He's kind of short now. He's not got much more than Norberg, and actually that's what he's looking at. That's a consideration in this hand. Normally this is early in the tournament and chips are the only consideration. But I think he will still find the call. His hand just plays very well in position. It's a 2.5 big blind raise, getting 3-1 on the call, so he does make the call. They both miss. Now Holmstrom can definitely bet this board. The 2 high cards favor him, and if he bets this will get the job done. Dargan could not have missed that board anymore. I think that's what that gesture means. Coming up next month from the 4th to the 10th, we have the Cool Bet Open. Over $500,000 guaranteed over the festival here in the Banco Casino Bratislava. Werner probably going to open the ace-5 off here. Can't see him folding this one. Yeah, brings it in for a raise. Just over a min raise, 85k. Dargan. If he was deeper, he could definitely defend this hand, but with ICM and being shallow, he lets it go. Oh, Norberg's found queens. Wow. Probably just going to make a non-all-in 3-bet here, although that's going to look super strong off this stack. 18.5 big blinds. When the type player makes a non-all-in 3-bet, you kind of feel that's a big pair a lot. 3-bet to 290k. So Werner's getting over 2-1 on the call, but his hand is absolute junk against Norberg's 3-betting range, so he quickly releases.
Ja, för lågstadiet. Right. Jag började träna deras lag under banden när jag var 12.
Coming up from the 16th till the 23rd of October, we have the Slovak series of poker here in the Banco Casino in Bratislava. The main event is a €250 buy-in and a 300k guarantee. King 8 suited. He's going to open on the button. Tight player in the small blind quickly folds. Werner in the big blind will not be folding. Ace 4 off, the kind of hand you just want to call with really at this stack depth. Player your opponent will bluff a lot when you hit the ace, so you can just play the check call game. Dargan looking at this board, and he won't be loving it. Yeah, it's not his board, that's why he checks back. See what happens on the turn. Picks up a gut shot, the 6. Werner has a bad gut shot. The deuce would make him a straight, but he has a pair, and this is his board. That's why he's let out here. Just trying to clean out equity, clean out 2 overcard hands. Dargan has 2 overcards, but he also has a gut shot. He has no heart though, which is a bit problematic, and he decides there's not a spot to get sticky. Banco Casino Masters, and another of the many tournaments coming up here early October, from the 2nd till the 10th, and that's a big guarantee, $250,000 for a small buy-in, €175. Norberg here. Yeah, tight player folding queen 9 off on the button isn't surprising. He would have run into ace jack suited behind. It's the other big stack. He does bring it in for a raise. And Holmstrom is going to call with king 10. 2 very legitimate hands blind on blind. 2 big stacks, almost identical. They're heavily incentivized to play a small pot against each other, and that's why Werner's checking. He's going to go into bluff catching mode. Now he might fire out a bet because there's a lot of worse hands that can call now. The 9, the 6, the 5, an 8 or a 7 making a gut shot, and that should clear out Holmstrom. Can't imagine he's going to get too sticky here. It's a very small bet, and he might think his king high is good here sometimes, but what river does he want to see? Yeah, he's getting sticky. I think this is just a lot of better hands to continue.
Jag orkar inte kolla på det där. Vi börjar ju spela innan, vi är bara 10 minuter, så jag hinner inte.
Är det min förlust?
Vad sa du?
Är det min förlust? Eller är det min vinst? Pausen är över innan jag kan kolla det.
Coming up end of November, start of December, we have the festival, and the main event of the festival has a $500,000 guarantee here in the Banco Casino Bratislava. So Norberg, by far the but he is by far the tightest player on the table. Werner will be putting chips in here with 8-7 suited. Very nice hand to find on the button. Lots of playability. We can even call it 3-bet. He won't be getting 3-bet. Oh, he will be getting 3-bet. Sorry, I didn't see the queens. If this is a shove, the 8-7 will fold though. And he can go different ways. He can use a non-all-in size. It's going to look super strong if he does that. He'd have to make it something like 240-ish. He can obviously move all in. Or he can lay the trap and just call.
Sen är nästa break om 2,5 timme igen. Ja, position, höger knapp, break.
He's having to think about this. Considering all the options, in the end he decides the shove is the only real play. And that will fold out the 8-7 suited. He folds, shows his hand. Yeah, says, look, I had a pretty hand, but I can't call it all in. Looks like the players might be going on a break. Yeah. Dargon's the only player at the table. So we are going on a 40-minute break. See you after the break, guys.
Jo, jag är helt okej.
Vad spelar du med Mille?
Hello, everybody. Well, final table, final four of the PokerSM Live Main Event. You can see the stacks on the table there. Werner, who started the as chip leader, he did lose the chip lead briefly for a while to Holmstrom, but he's back on top again now with 53 big blinds. Holmstrom has 45 big blinds. They're both well clear of the two shortest stacks of Norberg, who has been the shorty for most of this final table. He has actually pulled slightly ahead of Dargren now. So two very different games. The two short stacks trying to outlast each other. And the two big stacks are hoping to get heads up with a good chip lead. Werner, who has been super impressive on this final table, has to be said, is going to open the King 5 under the gun. This is super loose, but it is into the very tight big blind, and the two stacks are in the blinds. So he's expecting to get more folds here. Dargren might decide to go with his hand here against Werner, just given how tight, or rather how wide Werner has been. And yeah, he does go all in, and that'll get the fold. Norbert quickly folds and runs off. And Werner, no real decision with the King 5 laughing. We have seen him open stuff like King 5 off Queen 6 off using the blocker high cards. But it hasn't really worked out for him with those types of hands. During the break, you've seen, and you probably saw an advertisement for the Polish Poker Summer Cup starting here in 3 days. €125 buy-in, $250,000 guarantee. Thank you to everybody who joined us on YouTube. If you're surprised, JJ Hassan's refined English voice. JJ is off playing a tournament today, so he isn't available to do commentary, so I'm standing in for him. My name is Darrow Carney. I'm a professional poker player, Unibet ambassador, poker author. I've written 5 books on strategy, including Endgame Poker Strategy, which covers these sorts of situations. Also a podcaster at the Chip Race, and coach and commentator. So Norberg has picked up a hand now. I'd love to see him just limp here, but looks like he's going to bring it in for a raise. Werner has a tempter. I think he might just call against Norberg. Yeah, he does. This is playing the player, recognizing Norberg, by far the tightest player on the table. Probably has a hand when he raises from the small blind. He's the one hand that doesn't really want to bet on this board, but he might as well go ahead and range bet. He's going to get a lot of credit for having a hand, and that should get the job done. Can't imagine Werner's going to stick around with no pair, no draw. He's taking his time though, seeing if his opponent, if he can test his opponent over one street. His ace high might be good some of the time. He has some weak backdoors with involving the 7. 5-8 or 5-3 would make him a straight, but against Nordberg, who has been, as I said, the by far the tightest player and hasn't really tended to get out of line post flop, I think he will find the fold here, and he does. Good fold. Gets shown immediately that it was a good fold. Blinds are up to 25.50 now. So we played a bit more than 2 hours the first session because we finished mid-level last night rather, when JJ was commentating. And in that first session we did lose 4 players. Norberg on the button here. Norberg rather won't be getting involved with the 5 deuce. Werner will be playing the ace 7 even against the other big stack. Quite an interesting dynamic now with the big stacks beside each other.
Ja.
Holmstrom put stacks now.
Det vill du inte alls.
Heavily incentivized not to play big pots against each other until they get heads up. They both have a pace of this. Bottom pair against middle pair. And it's all clubs, crucially. So the all club nature is what's making Werner bet this. He doesn't want to give a free card to a one club hand. He bet small, he got called. And Holmstrom now picks up a gut shot. And he hits two pair. It's not a great two pair because any 6 or any 10 makes a straight, but he does decide to bet it. Target the one pair hands. Can't imagine Werner's gonna get. Oh, Werner has two. No, sorry. I can't imagine Werner's getting sticky here with. I mean, he's losing to any 2 clubs. Just beating almost nothing here. Unless he turns his hand into a bluff. Wow. That's what he's definitely counting on chips to do. He's turning his hand into a bluff. That is this is a sick move. And now Holmstrom really hates it. Did say his two pair wasn't great on this board because he's obviously losing to any 10, any 6, and clubs are possible as well. And this is a gross spot he's created for himself now. He was hoping that Werner would call with one pair, but I think Werner's too good to call with one pair, and instead he's turned his pair into a bluff. Found a really nice check raise bluff here, but Holmstrom is very, very sticky. I like the idea, but you've seen Holmstrom call down, like fairly loose call downs before.
It's like a big blind now, aren't it?
But he's taking it on the chin. Coming up next month, the 18th of September to the 24th, here in the Banco Casino Bratislava, we'll be having the Winamax Poker Open, one of the many great events coming up over the next few months here. If you are watching us on YouTube and you click the subscribe button, that will get you notifications every time we go live with one of these live streams. If you click the like button, that helps us greatly as well. Norberg, he should be opening this, but yeah, he is going to open the suited ace. He should get a lot of respect for this open now because he has been so. Werner has a hand he would probably 3-bet against most players, but he elects to just call in position against Norberg. The blinds have junk, so they'll be getting out of the way. So Norberg won't be too happy to have to play out of position against chip leader. Well, actually second in chips now after the last pot. And does he find the c-bet here? He has ace high and backdoors, but he checks. Werner has gut shot and king high. Weak showdown, weak draw. Decides to put that into his betting range, try and get some folds now. Norberg is very straightforward post flop. Most of his checks tend to be check folds. I think that's the reason for the bet here. But he hasn't folded yet. Might be tempted to get sticky for one straight. Figuring his ace high would sometimes be good. He can turn a club. He can turn a Broadway card that gives him a gut shot. He can turn a wheel card, a 405 that gives him a gut shot. I think he definitely suspects larceny here, just judging from his facial expression. But I'm not sure there's much he can do about it with this hand. Bit of talk between the two guys. And he does let it go eventually. Werner taking it down with the worst hand, but he did have a gut shot. Coming up early next month, from the 4th till the 10th, we have the Cool Bet Open. More than $500,000 guaranteed over that festival, which runs for a week here early next month. Werner will definitely be opening this one. He's shown willing to open hands like King 3 and 6 and Queen 6 in early position. Obviously, four-handed. Ace 9 off is definitely going to find its way into his opening range. Armstrong releasing the 10-9 off, and Dargan finds jacks. Jacks 20 big blinds. Non all-in size looks super strong, so I think he will eventually just move all in here. Just over 19 big blinds. You can find a non-all-in size though, but he decides to go for the all-in size, which is the standard play. Norberg has a pretty looking hand, but King 10 off shrivels up in value against this action, open and shove. Werner, I think he's asking for a count, but I don't imagine he's calling off the Ace 9 off. Dargan looks quite composed. Once you fade the snap call, you know you're going to be in good shape here, even if you get called. Probably praying your opponent has 10s or 9s now and calls it off. But you don't mind the fold either. It's a good pickup when he folds. You add almost a quarter to your stack. Werner giving this one consideration, but he will eventually fold, I think. No, he's made the call. He's decided he's getting shoved on a lot here, so he thinks Dargan might be light. Dargan isn't light. He's got jacks. He's a very big favorite, but Werner still has 28% equity. No ace. Some running wheel cards. Other than that, it's pretty much just the ace for Werner. Already counting out chips, like he's given up on this spot already. The 4 does give him hope now. He's got a deuce as well to go with his ace. Ace or a deuce, and we will lose Dargan in 4th. And there it is on the river. Once again, Werner drills the river. We saw him earlier hit a jack on the river, ace jack against ace queen. This one he hits the ace. He says that was really, really close. I think he just felt that Dargan had lots of hands like king queen, king jack suited, queen jack suited, all those hands he's ahead of. Some worse aces too. I mean, we did see him shove ace 7 suited the previous hand, so he had enough of those. He felt that he had to call the ace 9. He was in very bad shape. Dargan eliminated him. Norberg incredibly has laddered all the way to 3rd now, and who's to say he won't go further. But Werner now back on top of the chip lead there after that huge pot, almost a 2 million pot, and Holmstrom in second, 2.7 million. Norberg still by far the shorty, but he has been very patient. As it gets shorter and shorter handed though, it's going to be hard for him to hang on if he's not finding the types of hands he wants to go with. 3-handed now. Werner is the chip leader again, and Holmstrom raises the button and gets it through, shows the ace.
tuffa, alltid ribborna är tuffa.
Ja, men det är ju det. Och det är så här,
Ja, men vad ska jag göra? Det
jag
spelar
vet
sig
att
själv.
så många säger ja, sorry i det läget. Men
Nej,
jag
men
är
herregud,
definitivt inte
nej.
ledsen att jag
Nej,
träffas.
klart
Det är
nej,
bara
herregud.
fel mot den som blir utdragen och säga så. Det är klart, man känner med den som blir utdragen.
Alltså, alla har varit där.
Tänkte ni säga det? Man har varit
Alla,
där
ja, men alla
på
har
båda
varit där.
sidorna.
Ja, 100%.
Flera
100%.
gånger.
Den som säger något annat ljuger.
Det är också säkert.
Det var bra hela tiden.
Prejudice 125.
Ja, det har väl vänt nu.
Sudden pass.
Vinden har vänt.
Sudden pass in a call.
Jag checkar direkt.
Heads up. Blind check. Hidden check. Page bit. Still as a pitch. 125. Mm-hmm. Gonna raise 250.
Det är den här big blinden. Det är svårt att släppa.
All in.
Synd.
Pitch raise. All in. Gonna call.
Träffar så bra. 7:orna
All
igen
in
eller?
call.
Ja.
Vill jag ha en 7 istället?
Ja.
Vill jag ha en 7 istället?
Bra spelat.
Bra spelat. Ja. Så blev det som vi sa då.
Ja.
Heads up.
Ja, vad kul.
Eller hur?
Grattis.
Grattis själv. Lycka till nu.
Samma.
Fråga redan nu. Då vi bestämmer oss nu. Det är kraftigt money
Now
jump.
move on the box number 2, yeah?
Är det okej?
Yes,
Thank you.
Det är
Nice card time, yeah?
kraftigt money jump. Är du sugen på någon form av deal eller
Nej.
bara vi plöjer?
Nej, vi kör.
Då kör vi. Då köttar vi.
Vad är nästa? Är det 75? Vi kan inte
Ja.
chippa upp 5:orna va?
Chippa upp 5:orna.
Nej, det går inte.
Nej, för det är 60. 30-60 nästan. 30-60-60.
Small blind, please.
Vad spelar du nu så att jag vet ungefär?
Du har totalen
Eller i och
där.
för sig, jag
Du har,
kan-
total,
det
du har,
var
du
inget.
har totalen där så tar du
Det är
minus
helt
vad du
rätt.
har.
Det är helt rätt. Jag skojar bara.
Jag synar.
Det var call.
Race.
Sudden raise. 150. Black call. Sudden bet. 175. Det var call. Sudden bet. 275. Bra pass.
Tight fold. Går det att göra en tight fold på den brädan?
Jag har träff. Jag har träff.
Är det tight heads up?
Jo, det är straight down.
Vad hade du räknat dina chips eller?
Man måste fortsätta till mot
Vad sa du?
Vad har vi? Jag tänkte bara göra lätt av mig så att du inte räknar.
Ja, men jag fattar.
Och du gjorde det samma.
Ja,
Kolla tavlan i innan.
Samma skrot och kog.
Ja, vi räknar oss nu så är vi väl.
Ja. Ja, men det är bra. Det blir lite chip-ups. Så.
Då kan man...
Ska det ta 2 minuter?
100%. Absolut.
Okej,
100%.
Så kan
Inga
du
problem.
bestämma själv. Take 2 minutes.
Säg till om du vill ha så kör vi.
Ja, men det kör vi.
3 milioni 210.
3 milioni 210.
Na sedmičku 3 milioni 210.
A dvojka má 3 milioni 455.
3 milioni 455 na dvojka. Toto den här va?
So we are waiting for them to come back, but they may have gone off to discuss a possible chop. As I said, 8k in the difference there. It's a lot of money to play for heads up. It's more than 4th place prize money. So the players are back, it looks like.
That's about it.
They will play on for... Difference between first and second is 8,000. They may have done some business, we don't really know. We'll probably get an inclination from how they play. If they just start going all in every hand, then clearly they've chopped. If they continue to approach it very seriously, maybe not. Coming up next month from the 18th to the 24th, the Winamax Poker Open, one of the many great events here at Banco Casino in Bratislava.
Eller jag har 3,2 10 med min små.
Ja, det är same thing.
Wow, nästan
men det är
same.
same.
Shit. Ja. Kul ändå att börja.
Okay,
Ja, men så är det fair.
As due to today roll, we played big blind ante also in heads up, so we will play with the big blind ante.
Vi kör ante...
Yes.
Okej.
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll continue with level number 25, small blind 25,000, big blind 50,000, big blind ante 50,000. Are ready? Gentlemen, good luck.
Another event coming up, the Cool Bet Open. Over $500,000 guaranteed between the 4th and the 10th of December. So Werner here, slight chip deficit, limping the button with 8-5. Holmstrom checking the queen 6. This board favors the button. Holmstrom would have 3-bet a lot of his aces and kings, so Werner's going to fire out a bet. Holmstrom with the queen high is pretty much at the top of his range, given that he doesn't have any ace-x and king-x. So he's going to... 3 is an interesting card. That favors the big blind more, so it's going to check. Werner retains the option to bluff the river if he so feels. But he probably thinks he's not getting anything to fold now, so he gives up. And Holmstrom, that occasion, his stickiness paid off for him. Queen high good enough to win a small pot. Coming up 16th to the 23rd of October, we have the Slovak Series of Poker, the SSP. 300k guaranteed for a €250 buy-in. Hi to Dark Angel in the chat. Great to see you, Donna. Hope you're doing well. Holmstrom has picked up a real hand on the button now. And he's bumped it up all the way to 150. Werner has a hand too. Don't think you necessarily want to 3-bet this against a button open. Flat feels like the way to go here, but it looks like Werner disagrees. He is going to go ahead and 3-bet this hand. And he fires out the rather large 3-bet. Holmstrom probably just shoves now, I guess. There's 600k in the middle. Werner only has 2.7 behind. Yeah, he moves all in. This is a standard play. Now Werner probably regrets 3-betting the King Jack. He's actually found a non-all-in size, but obviously when he makes folding if Werner shoves, so it's effectively an all-in. Werner hating it now. He has a very strong hand, but it's not strong against the 4-betting range. I think it's fair to say he wishes he'd flatted now. Having to fold King Jack would be really sad, and at the same time getting in this many big blinds with King Jack doesn't seem great either. He does let it go after the hand funeral. Thank you, Donna. You're very kind as always. So after that slight misstep by Werner, he is now knocked back a little, and Holmstrom, who has really spun up from being one of the short stacks at the start of the day, now finds himself with a pretty decent chip lead. Werner with a good hand here on the button will be opening this, raising it up to 125k. You want to defend most of your hands from the big blind, but when against the 2.5x, you can fold more hands, and he doesn't fancy defending the Jack 5 off out of position. Whether or not they have done it, approaching this as if there's still a lot to play for. Not seeing any rash shoves. Armstrong has been mixing limps and raises on the button. He's been limping the weaker part of his range. And Werner happy to check the 5-3 suited, see what the flop brings. And that's a terrible flop for 5-3 of clubs. He has 5 high, no pair, no draw. Holmstrom is open-ended, backdoor hearts. Should go bet fold here, and it does. Coming up in a few days here, we have the Polish Poker Summer Cup. $250,000 guarantee for a €125 buy-in. Werner, the 8 deuce off, yeah. You're going to be playing almost every hand on the button, but you don't have to play 100%. You can fold stuff like 8-2, 7-2, 8-3, those types of hands offsuit. Heads up is always quite interesting in tournaments because most tournament players have very little experience of heads up. They unless they play a lot online, they don't get heads up all that often in their life. It's quite different from normal small blind versus big blind play too, because the small blind heads up, whereas full ring small blind is out of position. So it plays quite differently because of that. So Holmstrom, as I said, he's been mixing raises and limps, and he's tended to raise his better hands. So he has raised to the Queen 8, 10-5, decides to defend. Again, terrible flop for the 10-5. He has nothing, and Armstrong went for a check there. So he protected his checking range to include some hearts. Werner might not give him credit for a heart now. He might think he's not actually checking any hearts. Werner has absolutely nothing though, so no reason to play it back here. Coming up next month as well, we have the Winamax Poker Open around the middle of the month, from the 18th of September to the 24th of September. Werner, Jack 9 suited, is a nice hand to find on the button. He'll probably bring this in for his standard 2.5x, which is what he's been doing so far. Holmstrom. Ace King, same suit. He 3-bets to 550. Werner, I mean, this is a good hand to call in position. He's actually in horrendous shape because of the fact that his suit is covered. Not to know that though. Diamonds on board here could be trouble. So we already have 1.2 million in the pot. It's 1.9 million behind. Now they both missed the flop. And Holmstrom's out of position. Very hard board to hit. Doesn't interact with either range too much. The 10's the only card they have to worry about. Neither of them have too much 2x or 3x. So Holmstrom's going to fire out the C-bet here. Werner's wrapped around the 10. Other than that, he doesn't really have anything going for his hand. But again, hard board to hit. So there's a good chance Holmstrom has missed here with 2 overcards. I think that's what Werner is thinking now. If I shoved here, could I get him to fold a 2 overcard hand? If I float, will he shut down on the turn and maybe I can take it away? That's why he hasn't folded, even though, as we can see, he just has jack high. But he does let it go in the end. And Holmstrom pulls even further clear. Now. Werner looking a little bit frustrated. Heads up, often it just goes to the way whichever player makes the best hands. The cards decide essentially, but so again, Holmstrom, he's been mixing limps and raises, and he's been limping the weak stuff and raising the stronger stuff. Werner happy to check Queen 6 behind. Very hard to hit this board again. 2 3s on board and a 9. Holmstrom picks up a pair. Werner has no reason really to bet this board. His Queen Eye has decent showdown. Holmstrom fires at it. He does have showdown. That's why we're seeing the call here from Werner. He beats pretty much all the bluffs. Now with diamonds getting there, it probably just goes check check, and the 4 wins. So Holmstrom continuing to pull away. Coming up early next month, the Cool Bet Open, over 500,000 guaranteed over the festival between the 4th and the 10th of September. Werner down to 1.7 million now. That's the lowest we've seen him actually on the final table at any point. I think he started with up to 2.5 million pretty early on. And this is a limped pot. So Werner's starting to throw in some limps now. He hits a middle pin and a gut shot. So he fires at it. Holmstrom just has 3 high, so he releases. Coming up in October, 16th to 23rd of October, we have the Slovak series of poker. The main event is a 300k guarantee for a €250 buy-in. Holmstrom has been raising his weaker hands and limping his stronger hands. He classifies pocket 3s in the latter category. The former category, the stronger hands. Werner defending with the king. And bottom set for Holmstrom. Werner has some backdoors and his king high will have some showdown. So this pot may not be over when Holmstrom bets it. And he makes it 125, it looks like. Yeah, 125. Werner probably going to hang on here because he does have bad backdoor diamonds. He has a backdoor straight draw with the 4 between the 5 and the 3. And his king high will sometimes be good against like queen highs and jack highs. Quads, a terrible card for Werner now, because it's harder to believe that Holmstrom has at least a 3. And yet a 10 or a 5 would probably slow down now once the board pairs the bottom card. You wouldn't blame Werner for making a move here. It would be terrible timing in practice. But the 3 is such an interesting card because, as I said, a 10 or a 5 probably shuts down now. So, and Holmstrom has almost no 3s. It's pretty much just pocket 3s or ace 3. That's why Werner's continuing here. He just doesn't believe his opponent. 2 of hearts on the river. So backdoor hearts get there. 4-6 gets there, which Werner is blocking. Again, it wouldn't be absolutely insane for Werner to go to a check raise bluff on the river, but Holmstrom was all in, and unless he puts him on diamonds or 6-7, puts him on diamonds or 6-7, he is beating them. He's getting a very good price here. I mean, I think this is a fold, but it wouldn't be the worst call ever either. We are beating some stuff. We're beating 6-7. We're beating missed diamonds. That's why he's given this consideration. You might be sitting at home thinking, why is he thinking of calling with king high on this board? But it's just because the diamonds miss. 6-7 misses. His opponent had something like queen jack of diamonds, 6-7. But it looks like no, he hasn't decided yet. I thought he was going to fold, but now he's reconsidering it again. Playing through the hand in his mind. Just thinking about all the stuff that's missed. King high would be a real hero call though. It's not even a good king high. Like, he could be behind something like king x of diamonds, ace x of diamonds. Remember, Holmstrom raised pre-flop, so he does have a lot of range, more than the 7-6 type hands, which is what Werner's hoping he has, or 8-9 in diamonds, something like that. Given there's a lot of thought, I think he... No, I keep saying I think he's going to fold, and then he puts his cards back, continues to stare at the board, continues to riffle chips. It's a huge spot. If he calls and he's right here, he regains the chip lead. If he calls and he's wrong, it's all over, baby. Holmstrom sitting there with quads, thinking, please call. Please call. I have quads. I've been in this spot a few times, and part of the problem for Werner is that the heads up has gone really badly for him. He's just lost almost all the hands, and sometimes you can feel like you're getting punched around and beaten around by an aggressive opponent, and you can make slightly frustrated calls. I've definitely done that once or twice in my career. I mean, the situation isn't changing. Maybe he's trying to get a read off his opponent, but essentially all he's beating here is a complete air ball. There are some potential air balls, like 6-7. missed diamonds, but some of the missed diamonds beat us. The ace high and king high diamonds all beat us. So it really has to be something like queen jack of diamonds, 8-7 of diamonds, those types of hands. There's not a lot there, but there's also not a lot of value. It's just a confusing spot because remember, Holmstrom bet the flop, then the board paired the bottom card on the turn. So now, if he had bet a 10 or a 5, he would be scared of the 3, so he'd shut down. But he kept firing, and then the hearts get there on the river, and he fires again. Yeah, he makes the call because and he says, "Oh yeah, obviously you have quads." That's the end, folks. The hero call gone wrong. He taps the table. And we have a winner. Holmstrom came in as one of the short stacks with just over $500,000. Ends with all the chips and the lion's share of the prize pool. $21K, assuming they didn't for him. $13K for Werner. Werner played a very good final table. He ran very well until the heads up, and then he ran terribly heads up. He pretty much just had the second best hand almost always. Hard to win the heads up when that's the case. Maybe a slightly frustrated call in the end. There was certainly stuff he was beating, but it was probably just a little bit too light. So thank you to everybody who watched along on YouTube. Short day today. We went from 8 to 1 pretty quickly. The man in picture is the winner. Getting the congratulations.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah.
And there's the trophy. He is the PokerSM Live main event. So thank you to everybody who joined us. I have been Darrow Carney, Poker Pro, Unibet Ambassador, poker author, written 5 strategy books, Chip Race podcast co-host, commentator and coach. As we can see them, they're gearing up for the presentation here. Winning hand pocket threes, which made quads. Just making a nice stack mountain for him to sit behind for his winner's photo. So thanks for watching. Peace out.